Good morning, everyone. Welcome in. I'm Martin Wenzel. As always, hope you're having a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We're here in San Diego, Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020, and we're in San Diego at San Diego International Airport, and we're going to be flying out to Daniel A. Inouye International Airport out in Honolulu, Hawaii. Flight time today, at least scheduled flight time, or block time, so that's off once we get pushed back. Let's see, what do we got here? Thought I had it somewhere. Air time, it's saying about 5 hours 45 minutes. Block time about 6 hours 10 minutes. Not doing VATSIM because probably gonna do some. There's just no coverage area, and probably not gonna be coverage for a while. Well, not much coverage at least. And I'll be stepping away because it is a long flight and maybe doing some time acceleration, all that stuff. Gets crazy around here once everyone starts waking up. Let's see. So yeah, we're flying. This is there. World Tour Flight 229, flying out to Honolulu. We're on Hawaiian Airlines Flight 15, and we're in the Airbus A339 from Headwind, the freeware mod, adding in the A330. Real life, it's in the A330-200, or we're in the 900 variant, I guess. Not a study level craft at all, but gets us from point A to point B in a similar kind of size. All right. If you want to check out the any information, we got a few commands. Here's like a GPS. Actually, that might not show up for you guys on YouTube. Wish there was a way. I think there is a way. I need to just set it up on Stream Elements. I need to get that set up for YouTube as well. But it is you can see that link there. I'll actually link it on. There you go. There was a link right over my face. Put it in, that way it'll actually show up in the YouTube chat. And there you can follow, track the flight. Yeah, pin that message for now. Yeah, I'm not going to be doing another stream after this, so yeah, pin that message. I think you can pin messages. If you can't, I'll pin it. I would think you should be able to, though. Alright, well, I'll pin it. Alright. Let's get this show on the road. Beautiful Hawaiian Airlines livery. You can open up GSX. Out. Now, I wish. Okay, so it's interesting. It's going through the second door there. I don't know how that's going to work. Yeah, I'll check on that later. I'd have to go and see out. I can't remember how to do all that. Alright, so hopefully we can open that door. I don't know. Hopefully the boarding. I wish we could board. I wish there were a few more options with GSX. Really do. Because it's a little frustrating that there's no way for me to. I just want to board the pilots right now, right? Or whatever, but instead you got to board everyone. Even though the pilots come out a little bit before boarding starts, actually, right? Get the GPU over. Yeah, let's get inside and start setting things up. So we already got the battery and the external power on, even though the power thing isn't actually there. Older version of the fly-by-wire stuff, so gotta be a little bit careful. Might be able to do. Actually, things might work similarly. Payload, yeah. Oh yeah, look at that, 420 passengers. So we'll do real. And I think once we start boarding, it'll automatically take over. It should automatically take over. Fuel, same thing. Look at all that fuel. 9 minutes. Let's actually request the fuel. See if this works. Because it does work with the A329X, but I wonder if that carries over to this plane. Request for fueling.
Truck is on its way.
And pushback services. Got the ground power unit, jet bridge. Back on this mention of fuel and everything. All right, I need all these charts and stuff for paperwork. Incredibly disorganized around here. Alright, so let's get started. Do our checks. Parking brakes set, wipers off, spoilers retracted, flaps in the up position, engine master is off, ignition normal, idle indent, and throttle is actually working, which is a good sign. Let's see, anti-skid on, landing gear down, and fuel quantity check. Quick. Alright, so we got battery master 1 and 2, external power, strobe lights are set to auto. There. Get our gears lining up, nav position, get that going. APU and engine fire tests. Better position. Alright, instruments display brightness, kind of got that set. We'll adjust as we go. Seatbelt sign not yet on because we are fueling, or going to be fueling. No smoking sign. I can come to auto. Emergency lights armed. Annunciator lights test. Turn the dome light on for now, that helps a little bit more, doesn't it? Light test. Can't switch on all the lights. Make it pretty. I don't know where that is. Alright, and get a little bit of, well actually we can start probably getting the passengers on board. Hopefully this works. Truck should be on its way. Haven't seen it yet. Let's start getting the boarding because we're going to have a lot of cargo and a lot of passengers coming on. Hopefully GSX works here. Should be getting 420 passengers.
Boarding requested. Do you want to board crew?
I'm a little worried because it's not actually
Passengers boarding starting.
I'm not gonna see the passengers. No. Oh no, there's one. And of course they're not coming now. Well, it'd be cool to see them all coming on the plane if they weren't floating through the air, but yeah, they're going to the first door. And the gate for some reason is at the second door. Well, that's a shame. Bummer. Anyway. Alright, well, either way, we get to, they're kind of coming on. I'm going to start this section first, then it'll go up. I didn't see how long it was going to take, but there they go. Whatever. It is what it is. It should. I'm not sure why it's doing that, because it should go where the jetway is. That's how it's supposed to work. GSX fixed that with the latest update, but I guess not.
Fuel truck is in position.
Alright, fuel truck's in position. Block fuel from and brief. Cool, we'll do that. Okay, so I guess we don't use with the A330 it's a little bit different, I guess. I've never gotten that menu option before. Usually it just goes, you operate right through the computer on the A320X. But again, it's a little bit older. So yeah, it kind of sucks that we don't get to see every that the passengers are not coming the right path, because it'd be really cool to have all 420 of them. Watch them coming on. Yeah, not sure why the gate goes to the wrong door, and then not sure why it should make the path go with the jetway. Which door it's going to. I guess not. Alright, well. Not perfect. Inside here, we have the current air rack. Get our request from SimBrief. KSAN to PHNL. Let's also get the APU started up so we can get air conditioning and all that good stuff. How is it actually fueling? Ooh. Ooh. Now here's my question: is it going to actually fuel? Let's see. It might not be started yet. Still working on it. I think it actually connected though. Oh, only $8? Okay, I guess that didn't work. We'll just have to do it through here. So I guess it doesn't work perfectly with the A330 is the answer we're getting there. But we got gonna take a while for passengers to get on. 45 passengers, we still got a lot to go. But that gives us a lot of time to get things set up. Thank you. So alright. Pull up the SimBrief right here. SimBrief panel. If you don't have this yet, get it free. Get it. It's really helpful. Flight level, our initial cruise is going to be 340. We're going to climb to 360 a little bit later on. Cost of the next 41. Airtime 543. Let's KSAN. Papa Hotel November Lima. Papa Hotel Kilo Oscar for alternate. All in there. Hawaiian 15. This isn't going to change. Go along. That's not a big deal. We can actually grab it from what I've been doing. Zero fuel weight. I'm not sure why it keeps changing. Oh, that's changing. Or no, this is what it's gonna be. Yep. Okay, so 171,380. 71.38 slash 17. 17.6. Planning. That's not right at all. Again, what's the fuel? We need 40.1. Okay, takeoff weight's gonna be 211 tons. Headwind, or our winds, trip wind is going to be right here, average minus 38. Get our flight clearance.
Thank you. Lindbergh clearance, Hawaiian 15, gate 48. Request clearance to Inouye with information to pass.
Hawaiian 15, clear to Inouye via Hotas 2. Begin departure. Runway 27, initial climb 2000, then as filed. Squawk 6552.
Clear to Inouye via Hotas 2. UK departure. Runway 27, initial climb 2000, then as filed. Squawk 6552. Hawaiian 15.
Alright, Padres 2 is our departure. Transition should be Ikai. There it is. Insert.
Good evening, I'm doing good.
Hello, sir. Hello.
Alright, and back in here, knit page 2. Everything is set in there. A little few things that are not right.
Hello.
Okay, so I'm throwing this in the takeoff calculator. Our takeoff weight is 211. $211,000 kilos. To calculate what we get for our speed. Alright, so performance page. We're going to be going flaps 2. Don't have a flex takeoff or anything. Just going to be going toga. Speeds 145, 145 for rotate, and 150 for V2. Transition 18,000. Engine out 1100. Yes, no, not gonna. There we go. Alright, so that's our performance page. Go back to the flight plan, double check, make sure this is correct. So Padres 2 to EK. Romeo Zulu Sierra, Dinty, and then we'll be on Romeo 5276, basically out to Hawaii. There you go, you see the discontinuity. Actually, we do have time for that right now. Set that up. They're all, at least the GSX portion of it, is all on. Guys are taking their time. We might speed this up. How long it takes passengers and everyone to get on. We have time though, waiting for the cargo. Again, you just kind of have to imagine things. Unfortunately, the headwind, the doors don't open. Oh. I don't think so. Can open one door. There we go. Can't open that door, I don't think. Oh yeah, I can. Look at that. Both doors open. Pretty cool. Okay. So this part, pretty cool, but the unfortunately passengers path wasn't right. I don't think they're, I think in Hawaii we're gonna have the same problem deboarding, unfortunately. Alright, we got our Q and H. Passenger signs can come on since we done fuel. Oh, 2 more minutes for the fuel. Takeoff data is set, barometric reference set on both. Okay, checklist complete. Yeah, we're just kind of at this point waiting, it looks like. Turn on the predicted wind shear, and we'll at our initial climb, 2,000 feet. I don't really like these low initial climbs because we climb so fast, we get there right away, and then you're waiting on FS HUD ATC to get that clearance. Keep going. There we go. We can start the APU. Why don't we do that? On the fuel pumps, ground control on, oxygen supply can come on as well. Looking for any white lights. That's actually pretty nice. I don't remember them having both doors modeled before. No, one was. But now you can actually see the cargo. So that'll actually be pretty nice if we do like some cargo flights in the A3, because I believe that second door wouldn't open. And so they'd be putting the cargo on and it would just have to go in. If we do like some UPS or FedEx cargo flights, it'd be pretty cool. I just wish we could get it, because I was watching the video about the way the jetways work now, and it will recognize the door, and what it should do is it recognizes that's the point, and then the path goes to there, but for some reason it didn't work. Oh, that's something I didn't test out. My FSUI PC. Can I check that? As I said, I went to the website, downloaded it, it uninstalled the current version, and then installed the new version, supposedly, but as it was installing, it was still saying it was 0.16 install, which was weird, because it was supposed to be 0.19. Right side, top menu, help about. Help. Out. Yeah, why is it still 0.16? Huh. So that might be the problem still, yeah. I didn't. Well, that'll be. Yeah, and the latest one on the website is 7.3.19, and that's what I downloaded, and I installed it, and clearly it didn't do anything, which is kind of annoying, because maybe I just have to completely uninstall it because when I ran the installer, it said, oh, we gotta clean up the old file, get rid of the old one, and then we'll install a new one. As it started installing, it said 7.3.16. I'm thinking, okay, is that just a glitch? Really weird, because I literally downloaded 0.19, and that's frustrating. So that might be why we still had some frame rate issues. Yeah, well, and like when you run the installer, yeah. Well, I feel a lot of things do that, where it's like if you have the product already installed and it needs to do a fresh, it'll say, hey, we need to uninstall and then reinstall. And usually installers will take care of that. Sometimes they'll say, hey, I typically just run an update, and if it wants to do something, it'll do something, and if it says, hey, you need to uninstall, then I'll do it manually. But maybe I should just do it manually. Probably that's what I'll do after this flight. This afternoon I'll manually uninstall it and myself, and I'll just reinstall, or then I'll install it from scratch because I clicked yes to do everything and it just reinstalled the version I already had. Oh, I did that. So that explains possible issues we've been having on approaches and stuff since I updated it, supposedly. I supposedly updated it. Where's my camera? There's my camera. Right there. Alright, looks like cargo is all on board. You bleed on. Get the packs going now. Passengers probably appreciate that. Let's see where we're at for payload. Yeah, we're gonna have to coming out way too soon. Let's get going, guys. Alright, while we're waiting on that, let's do check out the parts for the flight. So we're right here at gate 48. We're going to push back. It should put us right here into the island ramp area. We'll taxi Alpha, Bravo, get all the way down to runway 27. So we're going to be taking off the same way we landed yesterday. Let's see. Aircraft with wingspans greater than 171 feet restricted from using taxiway Delta. Well, we're not going to be that. Taxiway Delta. Oh, this one. Oh, not a big deal for us. Just going to be on Bravo the whole way. Weird. Very weird. I suppose I could do that right now. Yeah. I did some, well, I mean, if we have issues coming in for landing in Hawaii, I'll be kind of frustrated because I literally tested. Think I can do it right now? All right, let me do it right now. We're waiting for the passengers. Okay. We got time. We'll go real here. Let's turn that off. Okay, so I just need to close out. Good. Okay. Yeah, because the only thing that really matters is that distance to go and the little flight tracking thing, and we're not moving yet, so. Where do I need to go? FSUIPC.com. FSU. John Dowson Software. FSUIPC 7 version 7.3.19. Alright, for MSFS only. I click on it. I download it. Okay, I open the download. I'm double clicking on the FSUIPC install.exe. Works. FSUIPC 7 is already installed. This must be uninstalled. Please click OK to continue. This will uninstall. Ah, good idea. Try that. That on the desktop. Actually even got the shield like it's already doing. Oh, we'll try it again. Okay. So this will uninstall FSUIPC from your... Let's actually put up all... That's kind of janky. We don't want to do that. There's my display. You can see the FSU IPC. Uninstall. Alright, FSU IPC 7 version 7.3.16 was successfully removed. Okay. But now here it is, see? Can you see that? This thing. Saying 0.16. So that's why I'm confused. Alright. I did. I unpacked it. I threw it on my desktop. That's what I did to run it as administrator. It's not downloading. Try that again. There we go. Okay, so it must not have been downloading the new version. That's weird. When I would download it and it would say, oh, you've already downloaded this file, and I'm like, okay, re-download it and overwrite it. It wasn't doing that. There we go. Now it's... There it is, 1.9. Now we should have... What do I have here? There we go. And let's, where did I running again? And then we should be able to push back and get on the road, or get in the sky at least. Look at our files. I hope this works. Updating it. Let's get the rest of these passengers on. I still got my mileage up there, but let's hopefully it actually works because my registration. Do I have to? Oh, okay. Will function with accredited programs, but you won't get full benefits and options. So it should work with like basic stuff. I've never bought it, yeah. I actually bought FS Wide recently, and I don't think I'm ever going to use it. So, but I got FS Wide if I wanted to have my streaming computer and then have do it on the streaming side. I think you only need it. I think you only need the paid version if you're doing more complicated things like key binding. A lot of real you're trying to set up all your different monitors and things like a in-home cockpit or something. All right, we're ready for pushback.
Lindbergh ground, Hawaiian 15, gate 48. Request pushback and start up. Hawaiian 15, pushback and start up, approved. Pushback and start up, approved. Hawaiian 15.
Well, I hope so. Well, we'll see if it actually keeps tracking, because the only thing I think I use it for is for the overlay at this point. So, would have sucked to have to figure out a different overlay system, but I think I could have used the something else if I needed to. There we. Oh, I always forget that I gotta all the way the CPU. Beacon light on. Okay, flight director's both on. We have our
Hello, Captain.
UNH.
We are ready for pushback.
Yep, we're ready for pushback. That we are. Seatbelts on.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Hey, Fernando. Limitus Servom Domain. Not sure. Is that good evening?
Locking gear. Release parking brakes. Release parking brakes.
Cox still. Cox.
Release parking brakes.
And here's where it breaks. Ugh. See, the A320.
Release parking brakes.
Dang it. Not again. On. This plane doesn't work with
Release
GSX.
parking brakes.
Or there's something. Oh, what? Something I have to do with this.
Release parking brakes.
Crap.
Release parking brakes. Release parking brakes. Commencing push.
There we go.
All engines clear. Start at will.
They had the... Push me here? There we go. So what was going on is that in the GSX settings on the airplane, it's checking the wheel chalk thing, but I guess the wheel chalk thing isn't on this plane. So I just switched that to disabled in the code, and I fixed it. Nice. All right, so we're starting the engines. I was getting a little nervous there. We wouldn't be able to do this. I've had that problem a number of times. All right, starting engine 2.
Aloha, mahalo wiki, kipa anamai. When you're here with us, you're in Hawaii. So please give us your attention as members of our flight crew share the safety features of this aircraft and some of our favorite spots throughout the islands. For your comfort and safety, please fasten your seatbelt. Insert the flat end into the buckle. Pull the strap to tighten. To release, slip the top portion of the buckle and pull away.
Seatbelts should be worn low and tight.
It is Hawaiian Airlines policy that you keep your seatbelts fastened at all times.
That's
when
Simeon,
seated.
yeah. I
The
say Simeon
seatbelt
said
sign is
that,
not
right?
illuminated. You can leave your seat if
Because we do see,
necessary.
we sing the
When
new
you return,
Dimitis
please
in
fasten your seatbelt.
Your compliance
a lot
with
of
the
our
fasten
services.
seatbelt and no
Not
smoking
in the Lutheran
signs,
Church,
posted placards, and crew member instructions is required.
Song of
Note that
Simeon.
e-cigarettes are prohibited.
I just wasn't recognizing
Personal
the
electronic devices,
LK. I was
including
like, what is
mobile
LK?
phones, may be used at any
Luke
time during the
229,
flight.
232.
However,
Could be the
they
Song
must
of
be set
Simeon,
to
I would guess.
airplane mode with all transmittal features turned on. Laptops and
Parking
items
brake.
equivalent in size must be stowed during taxi, takeoff, and landing.
Waiting your confirmation for a good
There are
engine
8
start.
emergency exits on this
Right,
aircraft.
starting up
4 on the
engine
left
2.
and 4 on the right. Please take a moment to locate the 2 exits nearest you. Keep in mind that those exits may be in front of or behind you. All exits are equipped with evacuation slides. All evacuation slides, with the exception of those immediately behind the wings, can be detached.
And use as rafts in case of a water landing.
This aircraft is equipped with emergency path lights that lead to all exits.
To
open
open
for
exit
now
doors,
until we get up in
lift
the
up
air.
on the handle and let go. The door will rise into the ceiling.
If the cabin pressure changes in flight, an oxygen mask will
Unlocking
appear
gear.
above your seat. Quickly reach for the mask and pull it firmly toward you. This starts the flow of oxygen.
Please ensure the plastic bag is clear of the mask and place the yellow cup over your nose and mouth. Secure it to your face with the elastic band, which can be tightened by pulling on the tabs
Some
located on
buttons
either side of the mask.
Bypass pin
The
removed.
plastic breather bag may not necessarily inflate.
Left is
Continue to
clear.
breathe normally
Right
until
is clear.
advised that it is no longer needed.
We suggest that you secure your mask first, then assist your child with an additional mask, making sure that it fits tightly to the face.
A light vest is located between the seats or beneath the seats. Remove the light vest from the container by pulling the plastic tab.
Hold the life vest in front of you. Pull the vest over your head
And wrap the strap around your waist.
Attach the buckle and pull the loose end to tighten.
As you exit the aircraft, inflate the vest by pulling down on the red tab in front.
The vest may also be inflated by blowing air into the tube at the top.
Right there waving the red ribbon. Taxi clearance.
For location and operation of the infant light vest,
Please refer to the safety briefing card or ask a flight attendant.
this is a non-smoking flight.
Smoking is not permitted at any time aboard this aircraft. For your safety, the lavatories are equipped with smoke detectors.
Federal
Max auto
regulations
brake
prohibit the
for
tampering
takeoff.
with,
We're going
disabling, or
flaps.
destroying of any installed detector.
The cabin safety card is located in your seat pocket ahead of you. Please review this important safety information. We ask for your help in preparing the cabin for departure.
Yeah, hopefully as soon as I need to call up Sally Mae, the loan for the loan, because if you get an approved, pre-approved application, you don't have to obviously take the loan. You're not signing anything. Like I'm taking this loan. But if you get that, then you get the kind of the
For guests in our
what do you call
business
it?
or
The
first class
admissions,
cabin, please ensure
discovery
that your
flight
foot
for
and
free,
leg rest are in the stowed position.
which is nice. I mean, that saves you $200.
Please raise your window shades for takeoff.
Get up in the air. Put you up in the air. It's basically every weekend they have like 4 slots, I guess, at each school. And you get up in the air and you
Enjoy your flight.
kind of like a first lesson. Get to actually take control of the plane a little bit, and because you don't want to have spent a bunch of money, actually be spending, and then realize, oh, I don't want to be in a little plane. Nowhere to go? Well, I haven't done it yet. Oh. 2:43 a.m. here in Hawaii. Yep, I'm doing live time. I was toying with doing, I mean, the real flight takes off 8:30 in the morning, but I kind of wanted to see the lights of San Diego and have the sunrise and all. All the way out there. Yeah, I never, like, when I was that age, I didn't even think about it. I wish I had. Because it'd definitely be a lot easier if I was younger and you just have more time. But at the same time, the way the pilot shortages and everything and the money that's now involved, obviously it's like I wish I had done it when I was younger because I'd have a ton of seniority now and all that, but and I'd already been making good money either way. But you know, there's no better time to get into it at any age than now, because you know, you could, like, these one guys I was watching, their pro pilot playbook, a couple of corporate pilots, they started out back in the 90s, and they were, you know, one guy was talking about, it's like, yeah, I was flight instructing for like 3-4 years, making, you know, $10,000 a year, and then I was doing this, and you know, it took him like good 10 years before he got into, you know, making money. Whereas now it's, you know, a lot of people I talk to who've gone through the ATP flight school that I'm looking at. Like the one woman, she went through after college, a couple of years after college, because she actually went into a different career, and so technically she has a second career, but not as long of a, that first career wasn't that long. But she went into it in 2019, right? 2019, and then of course the whole world shuts down, and so went in with a pilot shortage. Suddenly there wasn't a pilot shortage. They were actually retiring people and like, hey, get out of here. We can't pay you. We're not flying. But she weathered through all that, and it only took her 4 years to get to United Airlines, to the major. So the airline she's going to be with until she retires now. So her timeline was not at all disrupted, despite the fact that it had this major disruption with COVID. But I've seen different things, because I'll see like on like actual airline websites, they'll talk about, it's like, oh yeah, you know, if you come with, you know, like the flow-through program with Envoy and American Airlines, they say it's like, oh, it'll take you about 5-7 years to get through the flow-through, get into Envoy. You'll spend about 5 years here and then go on to American, which is interesting because there's other people that, like this woman, you know, this young woman, she went through ATP. She worked for a corporate, like, charter thing for a few months because of the whole COVID business. She then went to SkyWest Regional for a year or two, and then she got flowed, or I don't know if she flowed through to United, but basically got United pretty easily. And it only took her 4 years from 0 hours in 2019 to United, and it took her 4 years. So, and now she's making, you know, I don't know what a first year first officer at United makes, but it's pretty close to $100,000, I would guess. And next year it'll be, you know, second year you get like a $30,000 jump when you go in most places your second year. You start at a pretty low rate, whatever that low rate is at this point, and then that next year you get a nice jump. All right, let's just double check things here. We got the transponder. That probe window heat auto spoilers. And arm the spoilers, yeah. Flaps, anti-ice. We don't need anti-ice. Taxi light on. Parking brake, weather radar. We can turn that on. Hey, we got no blue for the takeoff config. I'll hit the, I think this is the chrono's right there. We'll hit that once we, off. I hope so. Well, I hope I don't go into it, take out a huge loan, and then fail or give up, because it's not that's not an option. Because if I do that, then I'm in a we're in a world of hurt, worse position than we are right now. I mean, right now I mean, the easy path would be to just stick and do what I'm doing now. You know, barely, you know, making ends meet. Once my wife goes to work, we'll be able to save a little bit of money every month. Hopefully. But it's like, you know, right now it's like I can't, any extra bills, it's like, well, there goes some, you know, there goes the emergency fund, you know, there goes the savings. Because like we just got a bill, we got to take my son, you know, he's getting all his checkups, right? And every time you get a checkup, you get a bill, and it's like $200, $300, $400. You're like, what the heck? For what, you know? And we did one because one of his eyelids is a little bit lower than the other one. It kind of looks like he's always kind of winking a little bit, kind of squinting. And they wanted to make sure it wasn't impeding his vision anyway. And then they even said, it's like, well, if it is a little bit, he'll just kind of he'll get used to kind of like tilting his head up so he can see better. But if it gets to the point where it's too bad, maybe we'll do something. But it wasn't an issue, they said. I think it ends like the bill after insurance and everything. We got the information from the insurance, like what they covered and what we might have to owe. Like $600. What? If we had just gone to my eye doctor, it would have probably cost $75 copay, and he would have done probably more tests than even that. Start the engines. Yeah, we started the engines. Turn off the strobe light on. Wait, turn off light on. Ready for departure.
Lindbergh Tower, Hawaiian 15, runway 27, ready for departure.
Hawaiian 15, line up, runway 27.
Line up, runway 27, Hawaiian 15.
Right. So that's one of my motivations is money. But it's not the, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the primary motivation. I think it's kind of a mix. Like, obviously, it'd be nice to... I made a comment on the Pro Pilot Playbook. It's this thing that's kind of like these two pilots, and they said it's like we set out to make this because you look around on the internet, there's no like repository of like guidance for how to get into an aviation career. And I commented on one of their videos, and I talked about how it's like, you know, I'm a truck driver. I worked in China, so I've done a number of different things. But especially now, being back in the United States and just being a truck driver, it feels like a little bit of a letdown in a way. Almost embarrassing somewhat. Even though I chose to do it. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. Are you doing something you love to do? Are you doing something that you can see yourself doing and it's not the end of the world? Like I said, my job, I'm not, like the job I have right now, it's like I'm not griping too much about it. It's just kind of the, like, can I see myself doing this for another 30 years? It's, you know, it's a pretty physically demanding job, and you know, I look at my older coworkers, and it's like I'm like, I want to be doing this when I'm 65 years old. Still, you know. All right, taking off 12:53 Zulu time. It'd be 5. I'm guessing 5:53 now. Yep, 5:53 San Diego time, Pacific time. D1 rotate. Positive rate, gear up. See the naval base right over there. I do like flying these bigger planes. A little bit, not as I mean, they're slower to move, but at the same time they're slower to move. I think it's kind of, they're not as
Hawaiian 15.
jumpy.
Contact SoCal. Departure 119.6.
Contact SoCal.
That's
Departure 119.6. Hawaiian 15. Air 06. SoCal departure. Hawaiian 15. Hard 2.
Hey Tim Dog, welcome in. What is the little power button?
Hawaiian 15. Radar contact. Continue climb 11,000 altimeter 3006. Continue climb 11,000. Hawaiian 15.
11,000. I'm a little nervous about going on here. Why is it dialed live?
Heavy radar contact. Expect Alpha Victor Echo. Sonde. Arrival. Charlie Lima Victor Victor Romeo. ILS. Approach. Runway 06 left. Report when ready for descent. Expect Alpha Victor Echo. Sonde. Arrival. Charlie Lima Victor Victor Romeo. ILS. Approach. Runway 06 left. Report when ready for descent. 005 heavy.
Oh, there we go. Okay, so I had the dot, but it wasn't actually on nav. There we go. Makayo.
FedEx 1701 heavy radar contact. Continue descent 2,900 altimeter 005. Continue descent 2,900. FedEx 1701 heavy 005 heavy. Descend maintain 4,700.
Let's see where we are. Where are we?
005. Descend at maintain 4,700.
There we go. The sun already starting to rise.
FedEx 1701 heavy. Contact Los Angeles. 124.2.
Beautiful. Hopefully the sun catches up to us. Otherwise it'll be kind of a little boring. Let's see. Tim Dog. I flew the A339 last night, Atlanta to Detroit. I'm going to fly it for CT. What is CT? Oh, across the pond. Yep. Cool. Like here in Microsoft Flight Simulator, the A339. Yeah, you should be able to use it for that. I just be cautious because it could be something that causes some problems. Typically it works. Could be alright. Alright, let's see. Makayo, when I got adopted, I flew on this route to see my adopted parents for the first time. Cool. 00.
Cleared ALS. Approach at 7000 Southwest 2760. Los Angeles Center, Hawaii 15. Altitude departure at 9700. Climbing flight level 200.
Turn the seatbelt signs off. 10,000.
Radar contact. Continue climb. Flight level 200.
Continue climb. Flight level 200. Hawaii 15.
Alright, so we're kind of headed up the coast right now. Until we get to Romeo Zulu Sierra, which is
Southwest 2760. Radar contact.
San Marcos, Santa Barbara, VOR, Vortac. So we're going right up the coast. You can see Los Angeles there. At the SID, doesn't look like we have any restrictions.
Expect Alpha Victor Echo. Starting arrival. Echo X-ray Echo Romeo Tango. ILS. Approach. Runway 06 right. Report when ready for descent. Delta 658 heavy.
Southwest 2760.
Yeah, the only problem with flying at night is that it can sometimes just be really dark, nothing really to see. But hopefully, I'm hoping the sun should catch up to us because, what is it? I look at the real life flight, took off at 8, landed at, we should be landing in Hawaii about 8:30 in the morning, I would think. So, oh well. Either way, there's not much to see. Can't see the ocean at least, unfortunately. Let me know if this helps a little bit. Lighten things up just a little bit. Oh, that shot.
Turn left to heading 041. Descend and maintain 4,700. Contact SoCal. Approach 119.6. Delta 6.
So quiet inside the plane. We weren't clear to 21, were we? No. We're 21 on.
Southwest 2760. Radar contact. Continue descent. 2,900. Altimeter 3010.
Continue descent 2,900. Southwest 2760.
Southwest 2760. Turn right to head 079. Contact SoCal.
Nice. Yeah, I've never been first class anything. Right, 290. Damn. Doesn't look like this UIPC is working now.
Contact SoCal. Approach 119.6. Southwest 2760.
American 645. Radar contact. Flight level 400.
Descent and maintain flight level 400. American 645 heading.
Southwest 2760. Contact Iberia Tower 120.46.
Contact
Yeah, it's not working with any overlay now. Now I'm using FSU IPC and useless. Just great on a nice long flight too, right?
Alaska 150, radar contact. Quebec Romeo Victor Sierra, spotting arrival, ILS, approach, runway, 07 left, report when ready for descent. Expect Romeo Victor Sierra, arrival, Romeo India Bravo Bravo November, ILS, approach, runway, 07 left, report when ready for descent, Alaska 150. Delta 2906, flight level 330. Maintain flight level 330, Delta 2906. Alaska 150, ready for descent. Alaska 150, flight level 230. Descent at maintain flight level 230, Alaska 150. Delta 40, radar contact, sector, spotting, arrival, your ILS, approach, runway, 06 right, report when ready for descent. Alaska 150. 13,500 altimeter 005. Descent at maintain 13,500 Alaska 150. Delta 40, ready for descent. Delta 40, heading turn left to Headwind 0700. 4,700 altimeter 005. Contact SoCal, approach 119.6.
That's pretty cool right down there. There's LAX. Kyle was the only first class passenger on that flight. We gotta climb and maintain 40.
spotted arrival. Charlie Lima Victor Romeo ILS. Approach runway 06 left. Report when ready for descent. Expect Alpha Victor Echo. Arrival. Charlie Lima Victor Romeo ILS. Approach runway 06 left. Report when ready for descent. Delta 351. Delta 351. Ready for descent. Delta 351. Descent and retain. 155.
All right, there we go. Now we fixed it. Now the overlay is working. You can see we've got 5 hours, 18 minutes left. 22, just over 2,200 nautical miles to go on the flight. Guess I just had to restart Benny Overlay as administrator now or something. Just those little things, you know. You just, luckily,
Radar contact. Descent and retain. Flight level
always good to get some fixed like.
Descent and maintain. Flight level 360. Sky West 5012.
Southwest 1902. Radar contact. Expect Juliet Lima India. Descent 5. Arrival. John ILS. Approach. Runway 07 right. Report when ready for descent.
Expect Juliet Lima India.
Beautiful. So cool to see the runway lights and everything at night.
Alaska 150. 9,100. Descent at 9,100. Alaska 150.
Southwest 1902. Ready to descend.
Alaska 150. Romeo Sierra. Spotted. Arrival. Cleared. Romeo Sierra. Arrival. Alaska 150. Southwest 1902. Flight level 1902.
Descend and maintain. Flight level 190. Southwest 1902.
Like in a frock.
Contact SoCal. Approach 119.6. Descent at 3,300. Contact SoCal. Approach 119.6. Alaska 150.
Alright, looks like we're at our cruising altitude. And it should be coming up on, just coming up on IK a little bit further. We'll get that Santa Barbara Vortac and start heading out towards Hawaii. Yeah, so when I'm obviously I'm getting way ahead of myself on this whole this pilot thing, but I've been looking at like what airline would I like to fly for? Where, you know, which one would fit us best? Obviously, most of the legacy carriers like Delta, American, United are all good choices. Especially if we want to stay where we're living right now. Because we're just an hour and a half away from O'Hare from Chicago, so I think all three, Delta, United, and American, have bases there. And typically, I think I want to say Chicago's like one of the more junior bases anyway. So if you're a newer pilot, you're gonna have a hard time getting that as your base. I think Denver, like for United, Denver is the most desired one. So you got to get that seniority to get transferred there, or to pick that one. But then I was looking at, I've talked to a few pilots, or at least one pilot I know. He works for Hawaiian, and I've seen a few videos from guys that work for Hawaiian, and that looks pretty cool. I mean, their only base is in Honolulu, so we'd have to live in Honolulu. Which, oh no, we'd have to live in Hawaii. What a terrible, terrible thing. But I don't know if we'd, I don't know. Maybe. Got a good pay scale over there. Really cool thing over with Hawaiian Airlines is so most of your airlines like United, Delta, American, you know, those the big ones. You're gonna get in as a first officer, and you're typically gonna go in as a first officer on the A320 or on the 737, you know, somewhere in there. And then as you gain seniority, when you are up for going to captain or whatever, you can move over to like the 757 or the A350 if they have them. I don't know if any of those carriers have that. Or to the, to the bigger planes where you get paid more. You get paid more for flying the wide bodies. So I think like, I don't have it right in front of me, but that's where you're starting to see the captains making $300, $350 an hour. You're flying those wide bodies, you're doing those international flights, you're making $300,000, $400,000 a year. What are you thinking of doing with Hawaiian? Because I was going to say, like, if you're looking the pilot route, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have, it never hurts to go get a 4-year degree. It never hurts. It's becoming less and less necessary, at least in the pilot world. And in the world in general, but it's always going to, you're always going to have a leg up, you're always going to have a little bit of a leg up on a lot of people around you. But that might be changing, the culture around that might be changing. Because for so long in so many industries, not just in airline, but in so many things, where it's not a direct require, like where your major, where your college, what you learn in college isn't a direct thing. Like obviously, if you're going into medicine, you're going into engineering, certain fields, it makes a ton of sense that you need to have that. If you're going into the specific things, if you're doing, I have a history major, right? Now, if I wanted to be a history professor, if I wanted to be in something really deep in the history, like in history, it makes sense to have that 4-year degree in history and then a master's and etc. But if I'm just going to be working in an office, kind of in a general job setting, so many of these jobs, they want to see that 4-year degree, but does it really apply, besides the fact that it shows, what a 4-year degree really shows is that you can show up. I think I just saw this clip, I don't know what movie it was from. Sylvester Stallone was given the monologue though, and he was like, college is a 4-year degree, shows that you can show up somewhere for 4 years straight, get your job, get your work done relatively well, and that's what an employer is looking for, a businessman's looking for. He's looking for someone who's going to show up to work and you're not going to screw up his business too bad. But it's becoming less and less. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, exactly. That's perfect right there. A 4-year degree. If you're looking into becoming a pilot, do not get. I mean, I'm not saying you don't have to or don't do it, but don't feel like you need to get an aviation degree. Because in fact, getting an aviation degree, it's not really a fallback. Now, as I was saying, if you have an aviation degree and you go into working in it at most places, it's not going to matter what your degree is, right? I have a history degree; it doesn't matter, but for most jobs, right? They just want to see that you have a degree. But for being a pilot, again, it's still you're going to still have a leg up. Like if they have a choice between someone who has a 4-year degree and someone who doesn't, you're probably going to get it with the 4-year degree. It's changing. It's not a requirement as often now. I think Hawaiian is not a requirement, but it is preferred. So, yeah. I mean, if you're already doing it, I know, like the pro pilot guys, the pro pilot playbook guys, they're like, yeah. I mean, think about the time you're spending. You're wasting 4 years, spending $100,000 to go to college, and then you have to do your flight training on top of that. But if you're already doing it, and it's not a terrible idea. I'm seeing a lot of advice now saying, their advice now is go get your flight training, do all that first, become a pilot, then you can go and do the online stuff and get a degree if you really want to have it later on. Even when you're at the regionals, you can do that, get your degree, and then you'll be set up golden for getting to a major. But no. I got a 4-year degree. I already have it. I mean, obviously I wasn't planning on being a pilot at the time, so, but I didn't really have a plan for anything. But that's good. I mean, having a 4-year degree is not a bad thing, as long as you can swing it, pay off the loans or whatever. Obviously, you go into being a pilot, as long as you can. Like right now, the big thing with becoming a pilot, from what I can see, is like if you can make it through training, be successful, not fail, not quit, and you stick with it, and you can survive some lean years while you're training. If you do an accelerated program where you're full-time, like you're going to college, you're full-time only, you're only doing that. You're not working on the side, because you can't, like with the ATP pilot school, they suggest don't work on the side. They really don't want you working on the side, because you need to be available 7 days a week and it's a full-time immersion thing. You do something like that, well, you're not making any money. So are you going to be able to pay your housing expense, your living expenses, any debt you have from college, right? And this is where having a great family network helps, and whatever else. And also taking out a big loan where you take out, part of that loan can be used for living expenses, I guess. So you take out for paying for the classes, but you also take out for your living expenses during that 7 months, 8 months. Because then, and then after that, now you go into doing certified flight instructing for someone. Now, I was just watching the video from Pro Pilot Playbook, and this video is probably from 2019, so things have kind of changed, but are kind of bouncing back to what it was in 2019, because again, we have the pilot shortage. That there was a school, he got once you have your licenses, once you have a lot of your certifications, you're going to be getting, in the climate right now, you're going to be getting stuff in the mail saying, hey, come work for us. Hey, you're going to be getting job offers without even knowing, without even looking. That's nice. I'll tell you that much. That's nice. And there was this one flight school down in, I think it was in Texas, and they were saying, you're going to make $48,000 a year, which for a flight instructor, they were looking at it and going like, what, $48,000 a year? When I was doing flight instructing, I was making $10,000, loving every minute of it, but only making $10,000, right? So, I mean, now you can make actually a pretty good, and again, coming out of college, you coming out of college, do the training, then go do your, do the flight instructing. If you can make, $30,000, $40,000 a year, that's going to be, wow, I'm making a lot of money, right? Most people coming out of college are hoping they can make $40,000 to $50,000. You know, there are people that their whole lives don't make that much, right? You know, for me, that's going to be a pay cut. Hey, Austin. Yep, got the haircut. Got the haircut. But, yeah, if you can, I mean, basically, if you can make it through training and doing the flight instructing for a year and a half, so it's about 2 years probably, where you're going to be not making great money. You're going to be on a hook for a loan, big loan. You have college loans, that you're also on hook for that, so you're going to have a few lean years. But then you get on with a regional, and the way the regionals are starting, you know, desperate for pilots now, you're going to be making easily $70,000 or more your first year. And then your second year at a regional, you're going to be $100,000. And, you know, once you upgrade to captain, that doubles. And with a lot of these programs, you can get into a flow-through program, or even if you're not in a flow-through program, you could, once you get to your 2,500 or whatever you need, you can apply for United or definitely Hawaiian, and right there. Meeting today. Yep, my last day off. I had 5 days off in a row. I worked 8 straight, and I had 5 days off. This is my last day off. And we're getting this long flight in here. 5 hours to go. 5 hours to go. Might use some time acceleration. Not 100% sure if I will. I didn't write down my takeoff time here. Getting used to the long hair. Yeah. Well, you haven't been here lately. I've been doing some basically over the when I was working those night shifts for a couple weeks there, I started listening to this Pro Pilot Playbook podcast, and they really inspired me to kind of look into the whole flying thing, becoming a pilot, airline pilot, and or not even just specifically airline pilot, just but a commercial pilot, and you know, and I'm really looking into it, and I hope I keep pushing myself to do it, because looking into it, it's like, wow, a lot of reward, a lot of risk. A lot of work we got to figure out. We got to do some planning here, but I'm feeling a little bit more like I can do it. I keep asking my wife. It's like, hey, are you on board with me doing this? Are you willing to, if we need to, sell this house, right? Even said, you know, and then like I think a couple days ago, she suggested, it's like, well, why don't I go back to China? You know, my wife go back to China along with baby, with the boy, and go back and live over there with her mom, and you know, I was like, oh yeah, you know, that would you know, make our figuring out our living arrangements, whether we have to sell the house or rent out the house while I'm training and doing stuff and not making a ton of money. It'll make it a lot easier for me alone to rent a small hole-in-the-wall apartment or stay with my parents in their smaller house where it's just not enough room for us all to fit anymore, or to you know, stay with a friend or whatever it is while I'm doing the training. Yeah, a lot has changed. And then possibly I'll have to see what that is. Well, I write down my start time because I want to keep track of what the sim flight time would be, because my trackers all, if I do like time acceleration, it doesn't it only goes by how much time I'm actually flying in this, you know, flying in real life. So if I do time acceleration, I like to say, oh yeah, this was still technically it was a 6-hour sim flight, right? Well, that's cool. I don't have a script for it. I'll have to borrow that. Trying to click on your link, and whenever it does that, it pops out. I have to move where that shows up. I moved my camera. Get the I see. There it is. What's going on? So what are the red ones? We got red, yellow, orange. You're red, the ones you've already done, and then orange are like the plans. Yeah, I kind of wish I had something set up like this. I mean, I'm just using obviously FS HUD and FS Hub, and I'm using Volanta. Oh, it even shows you like stuff. Okay, all that. No legs. I probably haven't even done this many flights at all in anything overall. No, I just like to write down if I'm planning on using time acceleration. I like to just have write down when I took off and stuff, so I can actually. I'm keeping a log. I have a log on a spreadsheet like of my actual because Volanta keeps track, all the trackers keep track of like the real time. Like, you know, if I fly from 7 o'clock in the morning here until 9 o'clock, I do a time acceleration on a 6-hour flight, and it only takes me 2 hours to do it. It's only going to count it as a 2-hour flight, even though it was in reality or in sim world a 6-hour flight. So I just want to keep track of that. So, oh yeah, I flew longer flights. Yeah, I've only used time acceleration. I don't think I've used time acceleration on any World Tour flight so far. And I might not even do it today, but I feel like the option is there, and like I said, I watched a video, probably said it a while back, I watched a video from 737NG driver or whatever, he's a real life 737 pilot, and he said that it's like actually using time acceleration is more realistic than not, because in the sense that you can fly longer flights, which require more fuel and require, you can actually have more payload on takeoff and stuff, more weight. You can do some flights as opposed to just doing the half an hour, 1 hour flights all the time, because that's all the time you have. Well, wouldn't it be better to do a flight from, LA to New York or Amsterdam to Istanbul or whatever, be able to do it within an hour or two in the time you have to sim fly, but be able to actually fly that route, be able to experience that route, experience the fuel load and all that. I do feel weird when I use the time acceleration. Yeah, but you're not really on like a flight like this right now. We're going to be going for 5.5 hours. It's like I'm not really flying a ton right now. I'm probably not going to do time acceleration on this because I'll just have it, go in the background, and they'll finish up around after lunch, so it'll give me time to step away, stuff, and we can talk and chat, which is totally cool. But yeah, I've used it just a few times for non-World Tour flights so far. I did one where I was flying across China, and I think I've only used the time acceleration in the PMDG planes where you can get up to 8 times. You can actually do a pretty stable 4-time time acceleration. So I'm not saying I'll never use it on the World Tour. Likely, it might pop up on some of the flights we have coming up here. And I think because I have it in my back pocket, that I'm like, you know what, it's okay to use time acceleration, and it works decently. The thing with the A330 here, and I think with the A329X, both of them, I think they're limited. The A329X is limited to only 2 times, so it won't be an incredible time acceleration. But having that in my back pocket, I now can go, okay, you know what, I can schedule this 7-hour flight. And if I need to use time acceleration, I can cut that down to like 3.5. Well, it'll still probably be a 4-hour, ordeal anyway. But yeah, I only use time. I've probably only used 2 or 3 flights where I've ever used time acceleration. All the rest of my flights have been real time. Let's see. Look at all that fuel we have on. We started with what, 40,000? We've already burned 7,000. We barely made a dent into this flight. It is amazing how fast it's going by, though. What was it, 2,200 when we took off, 2,250 or something, and we're already gone 200 miles. Let's see. Okay, Austin's gonna be on later. My adopted mother and I had a picture taken of me when I first got home, and I was so excited. And yeah, that's got to be exciting to be adopted, have a forever, have a family. For sure. I can tell you, just even since my wife mentioned that it'd be great to, I mean, she's excited to be able to do this now. She wants me to do the pilot thing now, so that she can go back to China and spend time with her mom. Take the boy over there to meet his grandma and his Chinese family, and I think that'll be great. I'm kind of jealous because I want to go back and hang out too, but I'm going to be doing the pilot thing, so oh well. Once I become a pilot and I have the, making good money and get to fly free standby at whatever airline I'm at, then I'll just fly to China and we'll fly over there and visit, and when I have time off or vacation and stuff. And that's something that's been plaguing me for the last few years since we moved from China. In China, we had so much. We never thought about money in China. We went on trips. We visited the U.S. every year, visited my family over here every year, and then we'd go back. We'd stay here for a month, go back home, China. One year we came back for a month in the U.S. for my grandma's funeral, and then we stayed here for a month and did a trip and visited and all that stuff. Went back, and then we had summer vacation for our school that we had, because obviously the kids and the parents during the summer, they want a couple weeks off so they can do trips and go places. And so we had another little time off, and so then we went to Thailand for a couple weeks. So but since coming back to the US, we haven't done any trips, haven't done any vacation. We just don't have the money or the time. And I'm like, I can't do that for another 30 years. Which is one reason I'm really looking into doing this pilot thing. I want a life, I don't mind. I mean, yeah, I'm in a job right now where I'm home every night, making good, decent money, but not able to save, not the way the housing market is. We bought this house and we're getting killed by it because the housing market, mortgage is gone. If we had bought a house, I don't know when, but better, but and then I'm going, so I like being home every day, like being able to just walk to work. My work's right there. My, wife and son can come walk over and visit while I'm working. It's a very kind of free, not a very strict environment at all kind of job. So it's if I was getting paid twice as much as I'm getting paid now, yeah, I'd stick with it. I wouldn't, I'd kind of regret not ever giving, it'd be cool to fly planes, but at the same time, I don't have a problem with the job I'm doing. It's a job, but not making enough. And so I'm willing to be away from home a little bit, being an airline pilot versus being a truck driver, because I was away from home for 2 years. I was driving over the road, and even during the year when my wife was pregnant, I'd be able to come home every other weekend, couple days, and we'd have to cram everything in and do the doctor visits and all that stuff, and I was making less money than I'm making now. So to be an airline pilot, make twice as much as, at least twice as much as I'm making now, be able to go a lot of places, be able to fly, and actually, I'll be away from home more than I am now, but less than I was when I was doing the trucking. So. And the possibility that I could go and work for Hawaiian Airlines and live in Hawaii. Yeah. I mean, I suppose I could move to Hawaii and get a trucking job if I wanted, but... Let's see, Makayo, I know you had a message earlier too. Let's see. Going to university and you're going to be you're working on your private pilot's license while you're going to university. That works too. You can do that. Like the ATP training school, the one I'm looking at, I don't know if they have anything out in Hawaii, where the nearest flight school is or what you do for that, but it doesn't hurt to have your private pilot's license already before you start. Yeah, totally works. What else? Don't pay rent since I live with my parents. Yeah, that's the way to go. If you're gonna go into expensive things. That's what we were doing basically. I was paying maybe like $100 or $200 when we first came back before we bought this house. So that would have been the time to do it. That would have been the time to do the airline thing, but when I looked into it, it wasn't the right time because my wife had just given birth and was pregnant and then just gave birth. We weren't really in a position where I could not have health insurance that we had, and really be 100% focused on something for 7 months, not making any money. But now we're at that point. Again, she's super excited. She wants to go back to China while I do this, and I'm like, yeah, that actually works really well because it does something that I've been wanting her to be able to do, wanting all of us to be able to do, but at least her and, and then Elisha, our son, be able to go visit, her to be able to see her sister and her mom and her family, and then for him to be able to meet them and for them to be able to meet him, and I mean, they'll love it. It'll be hard being separated, but we've done it before. I think it'll be a little bit harder. And as I was saying, it's like, you were talking about, like, you were so excited in your picture when you got adopted. And I was kind of segueing into, if they go over to China, since we've kind of come up with that idea that it's like, oh, that's something we could do, I've been just hugging, so much more into, hugging my son and stuff, because it's like, I know I'm going to miss him for that time, but I think it'll be worth it. Oh wow, you have I didn't see this. Yeah, so you don't pay rent and you live with your parents, and your mom you have your own airplane. Well, that's going to basically, if you have someone who can train you, you're just paying for fuel. You're paying for the plane, the maintenance and the fuel and stuff the day-to-day for that, but you're saving a lot on that plane rental. Have someone got you. You're in a really good position in that case, because you have a plane that's always available because it's your plane, And then you can get, as long as you just get someone who's has a certified is a flight instructor and can instruct you in the things you need to be. Yeah, that's a definite advantage right there, money. Well, all right, I'm going to kind of blabbing here. It's getting close to about 9 o'clock for my local time. I probably getting close to 7 o'clock, maybe 6 o'clock. I think we're still in Pacific time zone, so 7 o'clock in the morning. Let me just take a look. I've got the everything turned up, the brightness turned up. So if it's a little too bright, I think it is now. Sun's starting to come out. I don't know, getting closer to. This is what it actually is in my sim. I think that's actually good about that. The light's coming up enough behind us. Actually start seeing the logo on the plane. Yeah, oh, you can see the mountains all the way back there too. If you're a flat earther, just calm down. Calm down. Learn how the horizon works, learn how the curvature works, get the right math equation. It's just because you can see the mountains and it's further than 20 miles away, that's because they're mountains. And you can't see the whole mountains. But yeah, I looked into. I was thinking in my mind, it's like, how much does Hawaiian pay for their pilots? And then I was looking, and where do they have bases? And reading up on it, I'm like, ooh, maybe Hawaiian Airlines. I don't know if we'll do that. I don't know if Hawaiian Airlines would be. I mean, it'd be really cool to live in Hawaii, but and we'd basically be halfway between both our families then. We wouldn't be close to either one of our families, because right now we're living just, you know, a mile or two away from my parents, and my brother. My sister lives on NL. But we're here in Milwaukee, in the middle of the U.S. Great Lakes region. So I'd probably want to be based in Chicago. Be my hope. And then her parents are divorced, and she doesn't really interact with her dad too much. But her mom is in China, and her sister and all of her relatives, her side of her family's all in China. So, I mean, if we were in Hawaii, we'd be right in the middle. And of course, as an airline pilot, I'd have with Hawaiian. The problem is I don't think there's any direct flights, Hawaiian flights from Chicago. So they'd have to get over to like LA or something and then fly out. But once they got on Hawaiian, they could fly standby, and I think they'd get free flight or discounted. I was flying for Hawaiian, which would be nice. And what better place to visit than Hawaii? Pretty cool. But I'm way ahead of myself on that. Still got it. I mean, heck, I gotta get the loan, and I gotta get actually into flight school and get all the other issues figured out first. But I'm much more positive since my wife suggested that, and she's cool with doing that. And she's 100%. She's supportive. But I there was like a week where I was asking her every day. I'm like, hey, are you okay with this? Or I kept asking her, and then, why do you keep asking me? Well, because there's gonna be lots of changes, sacrifices, things are gonna need to be done. All right, we are just off. I mean, we can still see behind us. We can still see the mountains, California. Those mountains out there, Sierra Nevada. I don't know those Sierra Nevada. Maybe. We're kind of looking back towards the LA area, right there. What are we? Probably a fifth of the way through the flight. Here on Hawaiian Airlines, Flight 15, flying from San Diego out to Honolulu, Hawaii, World Tour Flight 229. Thanks for stopping in. I'm going to step away for a while because we got a long flight. See what's going on. Turn the music up and view with the ocean. Sunrise behind us and eventually coming. Could be lighting up a little bit more ahead of us. So, once again, thanks for stopping in. I will see you in just a little bit. Well, let's see what first. Makayo's got something. Plane is a Sirius Vision SF-50 G2, which is a very light jet. Wow. I'm assuming you're not doing your. Well, I mean, I would. Can you do? I wonder, could you do flight training in that? Can you do flight training in that? Your basic flight training in that, or would you have to do? Because even if you can't do your flight training in that, you can get. You will be able to build up once you do get your different rating, your different certificates, and you get your ratings, and then you get rated in that. You have to fly it and be able to fly it. You're going to be able, even if you just fly it as the first officer, as in the right-hand seat, and then you'll be able to log those as jet time, and once again you'll have a leg up over everyone. You'll have a 4-year degree, and you'll have jet time before you even when you're applying to a regional. A lot of people, again, the career course is you take your training, you become a CFI, and what are you doing when you're a CFI? Well, you're training people in Cessnas. Maybe a Diamond 62 multi-engine, whatever, something multi-engine when you're doing the multi-engine part. You're doing your, if you have all your certifications, your PFI certifications, of course, your instrumenting, your multi-engine as well. But you're typically going to be just in propeller. You're not going to be training people in jet aircraft as a CFI. At least at the beginning of your career. Later, obviously, you can become a way more sought after kind of flight instructor for the jets. But most people, when they're applying to the regionals, when they're going to the regionals, they have 0 jet time. Most people. And if you have your own jet, you're going to be able to build jet time, and you'll be able to build a lot of jet time too. And that's going to look really good when you're applying to Hawaiian Airlines or any other airline. So that's pretty cool. I am super jealous of you, or super envious, not jealous. Jealous is, we use jealousy. Here I'm getting off on different tangents, but we use jealousy as the wrong word. You're jealous for your wife. You're jealous for something that's yours, right? That's, this is something that belongs to me, and someone is, pushing in on it, trying to take it from me. I'm jealous for that. You're envious of something someone else has, and they should be jealous that you're envious of it. That's how the words work. We tend to just interchange them now. But I'm envious. I'm envious of having a jet and being able to live rent-free, basically, right now. But I've done it, and there's nothing wrong with it, and especially when you're your age, when you're college, and honestly, the idea that, this is such an American idea, Western idea, that it's like once you turn 18, get out of the house, and you got to fend for yourself. Like, you go to a lot of other cultures. You go to China. We lived with, her mom and her sister, my wife's mom and sister, in an apartment. Now, they were living with us in reality, and they weren't paying us any rent. So, in reality, but that multi-generational, having a family all together in one house is not that strange in most of the world. It just is in the U.S. for sure, West. And I think we're starting to see a lot more people go back to it, and hopefully the shame goes away, because why have 2 houses when you can all fit in one, and you can share the cost of this one house as opposed to spreading out and having 3 or 4 different houses for a family, and everyone's struggling. Why don't we all work together, and then we don't have to struggle, and we can go on trips, and we can live our lives, and everything. Flight instructor actually suggested that aircraft since I would be more familiar with jetliners than prop liner. Plus, my flight instructor was a retired Hawaiian pilot. So is he instructing you, or is he going to instruct you in the jet? You're going to get all your ratings doing it in the jet? I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert in any way. I mean, yeah, if you can do it that way, yeah, for sure. I mean, you'll be leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else if you're doing all your training in a jetliner, or a significant chunk of your, again, you're getting significant time in a jet. And that's really cool that your flight instructor is a retired pilot. Cool. Or a retired Hawaiian pilot. Cool. How old is he? Why did he retire in 2000? Wow, getting your private pilot's license through the jet. Well, and you'll get your private... I find that... Well... No, yeah, you can do that. I think, yeah, you would. There's no reason you couldn't do that, I would think, because... Well... I would think you wouldn't be able to do it because you need to have your multi-engine to be able to fly that. But, yeah, I don't know. I suppose it doesn't matter. I mean, I suppose then you'd easily be able to just move into getting that multi-engine really quickly too, because you have the experience at, and instruments will, obviously instruments, you'll just have to do the hood stuff. I was going to say, it's like, well, that's not right because you have all those instruments. You have the glass cockpit and everything. But it's like every plane has instruments. But you start out, obviously with the private pilot license, you're doing everything VFR. And then you do your instrument rating where you practice. You put like the hood or the goggles and you practice only using your instrument. And then you get that rating. Then you get the multi-engine, which is, again, if you're doing everything in the jet already, you're in the multi-engine. Well, I'm excited to hear about that. I'm wondering why he retired in 2000, and I mean, I suppose because if you retired at the mandatory retirement age, and I guess in 2000 it was probably still 60 years old, he'd be like 83. But I'm guessing he probably retired early and just didn't want to do the airline life anymore. Went into doing flight instructing, and heck, doing flight instructing, if you can make a good living, if you make a decent enough living doing that, and doing it in Hawaii, probably incredibly enjoyable, I would guess. As well, you're probably good weather a lot of the time compared to where I'm at. Whew. All right, I'm gonna step away. Feel free, chat away in there, and I will definitely get back and read it and respond to it. And if you're still in here, I will respond directly to you. But I'm going to get this range out so we can see our next waypoint. Off the chart, we can't even see the next waypoint. It's so far out that hill. 382 nautical miles. 4.5 hours to go. He's 53 years old, so he retired when he quit flying. He quit flying for Hawaiian when he was 30. Just wasn't, the airline life wasn't for him, or just do flight instructing. But that's the thing. I mean, there's so many jobs in aviation where if you have your pilot, all that stuff, and you know how to fly, you can then go in. You can just be a professional flight instructor, like this guy sounds like he is, right? You can be, obviously have all the places where you have to get your ratings for the jets. So once you go to the regional airline, or you go to Hawaiian or United or whatever, whatever jet, or all these corporate jets, right? Well, you got to get training in there. Well, those guys who are training at those centers, well, those guys are pilots. They have their licenses and everything, but they've specialized in this. They know these planes inside and out, and they're training everyone how to fly those. And those guys can get, the pay for those guys is probably going up and up and up every day right now too, because at any moment, they're getting, every day, there's such a big turnover with those jobs because they're constantly interacting with pilots and companies, these, whether they're corporate pilots or whether they're the big the airlines, these trainers, these guys, these certified trainers that train all the pilots on these different jets and get them their ratings, well, they're interacting with these pilots every day. And they're hearing, oh, what are you making? Or here's the benefit, hey, come over to my company, come over to my corporate company, you'll work twice a month and you'll get paid this much. And the guy's like, maybe I'll do that, because he's got all this ratings. He's got everything. He knows that jet inside and out, so he's going to get hired tomorrow, no problem. And so if you want to keep those guys at these training centers, you got to pay them more. Now, there are some of those guys, they pick that job because it's a job where you are home every night, right? It's a you know, quote unquote 9 to 5 job, right? Well, it probably isn't 5, but you're home every day. You're there, you live wherever that place, that facility is, and you're living there. You're not flying anywhere. You're not flying all over the country. Which for some guys, that's just the way that, you know, they want to do it. So there are so many there. I think when we think of an airline or when we think of pilot careers, we think of, oh, you're flying, you're going to be away from home because you're flying. But there are jobs out there, and like, for example, the guy that you're doing your instructing, when you're doing your flying with, I guess he must have decided when he was 30 years old, you know what, I don't want to fly over the place. Even though with Hawaiian, I know they do, well, they fly the B717 they do a lot of inner island flyings. I mean, that sounds like the perfect thing. Like if you want to be home every night, probably those inner island flights are home every night. Just must not have, something went different. He wanted to be a flight instructor for Hawaiian, but corporate disagreed with him on it, so he had to retire in order to be a flight instructor privately. And so far, he has made more than his pilot salary within 2 years. All right. Yeah, I mean, it depends. Yeah, you can, you know, for sure, you can probably make more money doing that. If you can, well, do that. And I don't know, I'm guessing it probably wasn't because of the money, and maybe back then in 2000 it was because of the money. Because back, you know, 2000, salaries were a lot different than they are now. So I wonder if he's kicking himself now for not staying in, and because now he could probably be maybe he'd be making way more money as a pilot than as a flight instructor, but who knows? And maybe he just really likes teaching and being the flight instructor. That's all power to him. There's, you know, do what you want to do what you love. That's really cool. And not, again, like I said, probably a pretty sweet place to be a flight instructor. I mean, you're living in paradise, you're flight instructing in paradise, you're doing a job you love, and living in a place you love. I mean, you can't beat that, I think. You really can't. And so, yeah, it's just, you know, figure out again, yeah, it's not all about the money. For me, the pilot thing, I'm not looking at the pilot thing as like only the money. Like, okay, I want to make $400,000 a year. No, that'd be nice. But I mean, the money part for me is like, if I can make $120,000 a year, that'd be nice. I'd rather, you know, that'd be good. In all likelihood, if I succeed and, you know, do the airline stuff, I'll be making way more than that. But no, I'm not like in my mind like it's like, well, my goal is to make that 500. I want to be a captain on a wide body making $500,000 a year. No, that's not really my goal. My goal is if I can make twice as much as I'm making now, I will be more than happy. You know, and then it'll really, if I can make twice as much as I'm making now, it'll just be quality of life stuff. Where can I get the best quality of life? Be home more often than not while making $160,000 a year. And that's the difference. I mean, with the pilot thing, there's that flexibility on pay and quality of life versus my job now, where I would say quality of life, I'd rate the quality of life more pro than not, but 60 hours a week, okay, that's a negative, I say. I'm only off 2, maybe 3 days a week, but I'm still working way more than 40 hours a week to do that. Pro, I get to walk to work. I like walking to work. I'm within walking distance. I don't need to drive, don't need to deal with any of that. I'm home every night. Negative though, home every night. I'll only have a couple hours at night to do anything. know. So yeah, it's a quality of life thing, and for me that's what it is. I look at it more, okay, I could fly, which I'm interested in doing. I could travel around. Quality of life, you know, negative for the airline flying is quality of life is, well, might have to commute. We'll definitely have to commute no matter what, but you know, might have to commute a few hours or fly even to a different base. You know, home time, even though again, compared to driving truck over the road, better, but compared to my current job, but possibly working a lot fewer hours to make a lot more money. And you know, then all the other perks that we don't even talk about, like the flying for free on standby, you know, all the great benefits outside of just the salary. So, as I said, more of a quality of life thing for me. Like, if I make some more, a little bit, you know, double the income, doing something that I think with the truck thing, I think a big thing is since I came back, like when I lived in China, like every time we visit, people would be like, wow, you live in China, what's that like? You know, and now I kind of miss that because I still get the question, because when people find out, it's like, oh, you lived in China, but it's always a past tense now. And now, oh, what are you doing now? Oh, I'm trucking. And people aren't as interested in trucking. Maybe they're like, oh, what's that like? But not you. But I know, like, if I would say, oh yeah, I used to live in China, now I'm a pilot. And oh, I always wanted to be a pilot. And that's one big thing too. It's like I don't want to regret. I don't want to have that regret. Looking back, going, man, I wish I had done. So I have to at least give it a go, give it a look. Get up there, do the discovery flight, admissions flight. Yeah, I don't know how many people have said. Like one story I keep hearing from one person, I keep hearing a story that his flight instructor told him. His flight instructor, he asked his flight instructor, how did you get into flying? He's like, oh, well, one year my wife bought me a discovery flight, bought me a lesson. And from that point on, I wish she had bought, and the flight instructor said, and the flight instructor is now an airline pilot, he's since moved on to being an airline pilot. But he said, it's like, but I kind of wish my wife had just bought me crack cocaine, because it would have been less addictive and less expensive. So that's what I'm kind of trying to figure out. It's like, okay, is this something that we can do? Like, what do I have to do to be able to do this before I get up in that plane and possibly get addicted and have to do it? Because I know once I have to do it, now I have to. Well, at least if I have a couple of my, a couple of the I's and T's already, T's crossed and then I's dotted, knowing that, okay, we can do this. My wife can go back to China, and this is how we can arrange money and pay for things and survive for a few years during training. Well, then I'll feel a little bit more comfortable. And like I said, I've already made the application for the loan. I have to call them up. I feel a little bit more comfortable about that because I think I can see more of a path of doing this. Because I know that if I get up in the plane and I become addicted, now I have to do it. All right, well, I'm going to step away. I keep saying I'm going to step away. It's been great chatting. See, the sun is coming up. Let's take one look back behind us. Ooh. I wish the drone camera didn't tilt over because this is such a beautiful shot. Have the sun kind of coming up. Let's see. Maybe if I turn the drone off that it can't move at all, it maybe I don't know. Alright, well, I'm going to step away. I will see you in a few minutes or whenever I come back. Feel free to chat in there. I am still around, but I'll be in and out. Airplane is named El Pani, Hawaiian for elephant. Interesting, cool. Alright, well, like I said, keep throwing chats in there. If you're in here and other people come in and say, hey, just say I'm stepped away, but I will be back. And feel free to comment and talk amongst yourselves. Oh, I turned off the... Like, why can't I adjust my camera? I turned off the adjustment, hoping that it won't start tilting. Actually straight. Beautiful. Beautiful. Actually, let's do a rotate, because I actually think it'll be even more beautiful on this side. Getting that up. I think the sun is just slightly more on this. Oh yeah, look at that. Woo! Alright, see you in a few, guys. Hey guys. Alright, an hour 46 to go. I don't know if you guys are still in here. Quazo, welcome in. Yeah, we got about hour 46 left now. Cameron, we're flying to... I'm not sure which island. I don't know my islands. But the one with Honolulu on it. What island that is. I don't know my... Like I said, I don't know my islands. That'd be Oahu. Oahu? I feel like I'm saying that completely wrong now. But I really love how the drone camera just flips over. But we are flying Hawaiian Airlines. I think they have a really cool livery. No, it's Oahu. Oahu. Probably saying it wrong. I don't know why. I feel like I've said it before, but now I can't properly. We got a nice bunch of sunlight. Crazy, we started with 40,000 kilos of fuel. We're down to just under 16,000. Pretty crazy. Alright, I'm gonna step away again. I gotta make a phone call and then hopefully be done with that phone call before we need to begin descent and all that good stuff. But not really a ton to do at this point. So I'm gonna make that phone call and then, or at least let my wife take a shower or something. One or the other.
5,200, altimeter 3000. Descend and maintain 15,200, southwest 2011. Southwest 2011, descend and maintain flight level 250. Descend and maintain flight level 250, southwest 2011.
Alright, well, we've begun on a descent. We haven't gotten clearance yet from air traffic. We had to actually call it down. Because at that Den's waypoint, we should have been at a flight level, or above flight level 250, actually. So we're actually fine, but better to start descending at least. Because we got about 180 nautical miles until we get to Bambo, and at Bambo we need to be below 15,000, above 10,000. Hoping this is in here right, because I'm not seeing the waypoints. They're not showing up, which is weird. I mean, all those are showing up, but they're not showing the actual waypoints on the flight plan. A little concerning. But we should have everything in correctly. Almost missed it. I forgot that I didn't put in the star and the final and everything. So we were doing some gardening and everything outside. Figure out why the little airplane thing seems to have moved or something. It got line got narrower or something. Doesn't look right. Kind of weird. Nothing should have changed, so stuff like that. Up on Dilemma, and then Jolie will be at 270 knots, 17,000 feet about.
American 6907, radar contact, maintain flight level 330. Maintain flight level 330, American 6907.
Right there, you got the restraint, 17,000 feet, speed 270. My only concern is I can't see any of the waypoints for some reason. Oh, there it is. Okay, so I suppose at this, I guess it's just the range. Which is weird because usually you can see the waypoints. That's how you set your range, typically. Alright, let's take a look at the chart. Here we're already on the star. We're kind of off because I didn't have it all set up, but we're hitting dilemma pretty soon. We'll be fine. You see DENS, we're supposed to be above flight level 250. Got dilemma right there, and down, I think flight level 210, 17,000. We'll put 17,000 in and keep making our way down. Not sure why I asked for a lower crew. I can't. Not sure why they're not clearing us down, because again, Jolie, we need to be at around 17, then on our way down to 10,000. So get the Bambo, 250 knots between 15 and 10, flight level 10. Inhet and Inouye, 230 knots, 8,000. Uka, we need to be at 210, 6,000 feet. And we should be at that point at our approach. Oh, it's actually going to have us go out the map. I'm doing who back there? It's going on Uka. I can.
Radar contact. Expect Mike Kilo Kilo ILS. Approach runway 03. Expect Mike Kilo Kilo ILS. Approach runway.
Chris Jevic code is perfect.
Tomako. Descent and maintain 2,600 altimeter. Igniter 999. Descent at.
And get to Uka, it'll be 6,000 feet. Go on our ILS runway 8 left. We have Uka, the Ritz, down to 3,500 for Jevit. Down to Koz's 2,700. Big Tree probably down to 2,200. Well, we'll capture the slope on ILS 111.7 India Hotel November Lima, 79 degrees. And our minimum is 213 feet. Missed approach, climbed 500, then climbing right, turn to 5,000 outbound on Honolulu VOR Radial 171 to Atlanta. There, intercept. Distance 13.9 from Honolulu and hold. Continue climb and hold to 1,000.
Southwest 1111 radar contact. Climbing.
Let's get onto the radio page. Set that up. There's the frequency. VOR is 1148. 171.
Flight level 200. Pilot maintain flight level 200. Southwest 1111. Tomako, radar contact. Expect Mike Kilo Kilo ILS. Approach runway 03. Expect Mike Kilo Kilo ILS.
Ripping up boxes back there.
03 Tomako. Southwest 1111. Expect 18. Approach.
Okay, performance page. The next phase. Minimum is 213. That in. Go to our menu, get the metadata.
Turn right for heading 181. Descent at maintain 2,600 kilometers. Southwest 1111. Descent and maintain 11,000.
Alright, so we're going to hold at a 17,000. We're actually going to beat off that speed.
11,000. Southwest 1111. Hawaiian 15. Expect A339.
Finally, we get the our arrival way after we're already far into the star itself.
Hawaiian 15, expecting IE1, arrival, ILS, approach, runway, 0 left, report when ready for descent.
I met our
Expect Inouye 1, arrival for
guy for
ILS,
the
approach, runway
2997.
when ready for descent, Hawaiian 15.
Kamako, turn left to heading 172.
Turn left to heading 172 to Lockheed.
Hawaiian 15, ready for descent.
Big Jolie right there. 17,027 knots. I will maintain 250. No. Thank you. We're gonna ignore them because they're way behind where we are. Hello.
Southwest 1111, direct Hotel Alpha Romeo Papa Oscar Altimeter 2998.
Proceed direct Hotel Alpha Romeo Papa Oscar, Southwest 1111.
Kamako, turn left to heading 149er.
Turn left to heading 149er to Lockheed.
540, radar contact. Expect Papa Oscar Hotel Oscar Uniform. Charlie Hotel Inouye, arrival. Kilo Echo November ILS, approach, runway 26. Kamako, cleared ILS, approach at 2,600, runway, Kilo 3, report established on localizer.
Cleared ILS, approach at 2,600, runway 03, report established on localizer to Lockheed.
Why?
Lockheed established on localizer.
Kamako, continue approach.
Continue approach to Lockheed.
Physical with it.
Expect Papa Oscar, Hotel Oscar, uniform, line of Charlie, Hotel India 1, arrival, Kilo Echo November Zulu, ILS, approach, runway 26, friendly 540. San Francisco Working Center, SH108, Mike Kilo 5, departure at 4,400, climbing 13,000.
Friendly 540, descent and maintain 12,000, altimeter 2998.
Descent and maintain 12,000, friendly 540.
Southwest 1111, descent and maintain 5,000.
Descent and maintain 5,000, Southwest 1111.
Jet Edge 108, radar contact, continue climb 13,000, altimeter 2998.
Continue climb 13,000, Jet Edge 108.
Alright, so off on our left there we can see the island of what island is it? Honolulu? No. Get the island name. Aliraka? Stop it. Okay, I don't know what island that is. I can't get a good beat on there. I think that's Helakala Island. And the biggest island, I believe, is actually Hawaii Island. Back there.
1074, radar
No,
contact.
Oahu is right in our is where we're going.
ILS, approach, runway, 03.
Expect flight kilo kilo ILS approach runway 031074.
5, radar contact, descent and maintain, flight level 320. Descent and maintain, flight level 320. Dot 1074, proceed direct flight kilo kilo, descent and maintain, flight level 210.
Proceed direct flight kilo kilo descend and maintain flight level 210 Hotas 1074.
Heavy radar contact. Expect Charlie Alpha Romeo Romeo Papa Oscar Papa Alpha Charlie Alpha 4 arrival. Hotel November Lima PORTME approach runway 04 right. Report when ready for descent.
Expect Charlie Alpha Romeo Romeo Papa Oscar Papa Alpha Charlie Alpha 4 arrival. Hotel November Lima PORTME approach runway 04 right. Report when ready for descent. New Zealand 10 Heavy.
Jet Edge 10, climb and maintain, flight level 220.
Climb and maintain flight level 220 Jet Edge 108.
San Francisco Orleans Center, Southwest 1111, 5 kilo kilo 5, departure at 9,500, descending 8,000.
New Zealand 10 Heavy. Ready for descent.
Southwest 1111, radar contact, maintain 8,000, altimeter 8997.
Maintain 8,000 Southwest 1111.
Heavy, direct Hotel November Lima, descent and maintain 8,500, cleared Kupapaka 4.
Yeah, we should be heading to Oahu. Be right in front of us. Got the the biggest island, the southernmost island. I don't know the name of it. I'm sure what I could do. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna actually put up with Hawaiian Islands, and we'll actually get the name of these islands. Hawaiian Islands, Wikipedia. These are the ones that we think of as the Hawaiian Islands are the Windward Islands, and then you have the Leeward Islands, which includes Midway. Let's see, so we got Hawaii, that's the biggest one, we passed there. Maui and Molokai. That's what we're passing right there on our left. Like that's right there, probably Molokai. And then Oahu's gonna be in front of us. Then further to the north, further out that way is gonna be Hawaii, Iyahu, Ihoa. Then you get out to the more the Leeward Islands, the northwestern islands of Maine. Typically, when you see the Hawaiian Islands on a map, we only get the windward southeastern islands: Hawaii, Maui, Oahu, Molokai, Hawaii. We camped out over there. I'm kind of bummed. I use FS Hub to track my flights. One of the ways I track my flights, and unfortunately, for some reason, it wasn't working for the first 2 hours of the flight. I think it got all messed up after I updated FSU IPC. Oh, is that where they did Jurassic Park? Is that the island used for it? Yep, we're going to the main, the island with Pearl Harbor, Honolulu, the capital. Like I would assume the biggest airport, the Hawaiian Islands. All right, descend and maintain 15,000. A little early for that, but they give us the clearance. Once we get past this, it'll let us descend 15. Oh, cool. I know it's set. It's not set there, like in the movie. It's not set in that island, but that's the island they use. I don't like that they're only clearing us 15,000 for Bambo. And we need to send another 7,000. Get down to 50 here. Hey. Problem with this one is it puts it all the way over here, which is kind of useless. So what we need the wind, which is 0 at 0 knots. I guess just no wind in Hawaii for some reason. Doesn't seem right. Let's see if we can find some. Yeah, no wind. No wind reported. Okay. And 24 degrees. No wind. 24 degrees. UNH 2997. Alright, we're going full. With that, let's do the landing calculation. 8 left. Late. Give me our temperature. Alright, so full flaps. Full flaps, wind adjustment +5. Doesn't give me any speeds on the calculation, so we'll just go with what we got there. Good. 100 knot crosswind. Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, up at the cruise. I had like a 200 one or something. It was really close to 200. Something where I saw it. Now maybe the 100 knots. Maybe that's what it was. I saw that like, whoa. But I'd never seen, that high. Wind is at holiday in Europe today. Yeah. Sometimes it actually is that windy. Sometimes it's... For some reason we don't have, no wind supposedly coming into Hawaii here. I went to Medar TAF also, so the Medar is saying no wind. Let's do a... Kind of check a brief here. I want to check the airport, figure out what braking we want. Okay, we got a 12,312 foot runway, 3753 meters. Our first taxiway out, and our gate is either we Gulf or we can get off at a Yankee, or got a few options like right in the middle. I think if we do a low auto. Yeah, we'll do a medium auto brake, and that should be good. Be able to get off at that first exit and get right to our gate. Can't you descend me a little bit more than 15,000, so we don't have to fight to get down to that 8,000? Starting to get a little stir crazy. UNH 2997, 2997. Now let's do approach checklist. Briefing confirmed. ECAM status checked. No blue. Seatbelt signs are on. Barometers set both 29.97. Radio barrow set 213. 213. Minimums. Engine mode selected as required. It's gonna be.
Hawaiian 15, ascend and maintain 8,400.
Descend and maintain 8,400. Hawaiian 15.
100. Aim.
Hawaiian 15, cleared at 91, arrival.
Cleared Inouye 1.
Alright, cleared for the arrival. 8,400 feet.
Southwest 1111, cleared
And we're gonna.
at 2,800, runway 02, report established inbound track.
Should have the.
Cleared STP, approach at 2,800, runway 02, report established inbound track, southwest 1111. Southwest 1111, established on inbound track. Southwest 1111, contact tower 118.7. Contact Maui tower.
Yeah, he needs a nap.
118.7, Southwest 1111.
He needs a nap, and we were outside for probably a half hour right before I came back. We were doing a little garden work, getting the garden ready. And he didn't want to come back inside.
Dot 1074, descend and retain 11,300, altimeter 29906.
Alright, we're gonna put on the nose light and the turn off lights. We'll wait for the landing light until we're actually cleared.
San Francisco Marine Center, Southwest 1111, inbound, Harpo.
Oh, that's not on my shoulder. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, what happened? Stop it.
Dot 1074, descend and retain 2,600. Descend and maintain 2,600. Southwest 1111, radar contact. Approach runway. Southwest 1111. Dot 1074, turn right, 2head 164. Turn right, descending 164, Hotas 1074. Southwest 1111, direct to Harpo. Proceed direct to Harpo, Southwest 1111. Hawaiian 15, begin and retain 6,000, contact HTS, approach 118.3.
Descend and maintain 6,000, contact HTS, approach 118.3, Hawaiian 15. HTS approach, Hawaiian 15, Inouye 1, arrival at 8,500, descending 6,000.
Horizon 15, radar contact, continue descent 6,000, altimeter 2997.
Continue descent 6,000, Hawaiian 15.
Departure, Alaka 145, Kilo Echo Oscar, Lima Alpha 3, departure at 1,900, climbing 10,000. Horizon 15, proceed direct to town. Alaka 145, radar contact, continue climb 10,000, altimeter 2997.
Proceed direct to Hawaiian 15.
Continue climb 10,000, Alaka 145. Horizon 15, descend and maintain 3,600.
Descend and maintain 3,600, Hawaiian 15.
Hawaii 15, turn right to heading 347.
Turn right to heading 347, Hawaiian 15.
Hawaii 15, turn right to heading 014.
Turn right to heading 014, Hawaiian 15.
Hawaii 15, turn right to heading 056.
Turn right to heading 056, Hawaiian 15.
Hawaii 15, turn right to heading 066.
Turn right to heading 066, Hawaiian 15.
Hawaii 15, proceed direct to Hotas.
Proceed direct to Hotas, Hawaiian 15.
Marker 145, climb and maintain. Flight level 190, contact San Francisco Region Center 131.95. Hawaii 15, descend and maintain 2,700. Climb and maintain. Flight level 190, contact San Francisco Region Center 131.95. Marker 145.
Descend and maintain 2,700, Hawaiian 15.
Hawaii 15, descend and maintain 2,200.
Descend and maintain 2,200, Hawaiian 15.
Hawaii 15, PHNL approach at 2,200, runway 08 left. Report established on localizer.
Cleared ILS, approach at 2,200, runway 08 left. Report established on localizer, Hawaiian 15.
Departure, the Marker 145, Kiowa 3.
2,500.
7,700, climbing 10,000.
Hawaiian 15, established on localizer.
The Marker 145, radar contact, continue climb 10,000, altimeter 290, Hawaii 15, contact Honolulu, tower 118.1. Continue climb 10,000, the Marker 145.
Contact Honolulu Tower 118.1, Hawaiian 15. Honolulu Tower, Hawaiian 15, one final, 08 left.
Hawaii 15, continue approach.
Continue approach, Hawaiian 15.
Hawaii 15, calm, plan 08 left.
Cleared to land, 08 left, Hawaiian 15.
Hey guys, he's just freaking out here. Hey, cabin crew advised, landing checklist, cabin crew advised. Auto thrust speed off. We'll keep that on for a moment. ECAM memo landing no blue.
1,000.
Why are you? Sure. Can't really get the phone where I want it. He's grabbing onto it. Autopilot connected, auto throttle disconnected.
$300. 100 above. $200. Minimum.
Continue.
100. 50, 40, 30, 20. Retard. 10.
Hawaii 15, when vacated, contact ground 121.9.
When
Ooh, that auto brake.
Ground 121.9. Hawaiian 15.
Alright, there's that taxiway I wanted to get. Just missed it. We'll roll out to Delta. He's freaking out. Turn? Can we turn? Oh, that's right. I gotta use the. That's right. I gotta use a tiller on this plane. All right, so we'll get off with Sierra.
Honolulu ground, Hawaiian 15. Runway vacated with Delta. Hawaiian 15. Taxi to gate Charlie 5 Delta Zulu. Taxi to gate Charlie 8 via Delta Zulu. Hawaiian 15.
Alright, so they think we're on Delta. We're gonna just go back out. Let's just go out to Sierra here, and then Zulu's gonna be right here is Alpha, and then we'll have Zulu. And we'll get the APU going. Okay, we're right there, right next to the, in between the United and the UPS. At least I thought it was. That's actually 5. Oh, go to the right gate would be amazing. In the end, we just made the United disappear. Alright, parking brakes set. On. Off the taxi lights and runway turnoff lights. Down the engines. Ground power unit over. And request our deboarding. Hopefully deboarding will follow the actual gate. We'll see. Can't promise anything. Payload. Gonna go down to 0. Everything off. Yeah, see, went to that back door again. Let's see if they actually have them come off that door though. It should recognize it and change the path, but sometimes it doesn't, and it doesn't. Ugh. No luck. Yep, Travis, I want to also. I need to talk to the loan people today. This cargo getting taken off. External power on. Got the fuel pumps. I should go through all the checklists. Alright, flaps retracted, spoilers disarmed, APU start, radar off. That actually. Radar off. We're good. Wind shear come off also. Parking, APU bleed on, engines off, seatbelts. I turn this sign off actually. Belt sign off, external lights as required. Come off. With the nav logo light on since we're in here. Fuel pumps off, parking brakes and shocks as required. Gears off, oxygen off, APU bleed off. Master switch off for the APU. Emergency exit lights. Keep those on until passengers are all off. Same with no smoking. APU and battery will all come off. Done.
Southwest 1321. Back in startup approved. Push back in startup approved. Southwest 1321. Honolulu ground. Southwest 1321. Request a taxi.
Take a look around and check out the airport. Quite a few Southwest Airlines. Pretty nice.
04 left. 5 Zulu. Sierra. Bravo. Delta. Foxtrot. Hold short of runway 26 right. 08.
Alright, well thanks a lot for coming on the flight. Let's take a look at Volanta and check out the flight stats. Let's do our flight. Here. Alright, 5 hours 41 minutes, just about what we were planning. Block time 6 hours 1 minute, so we saved about 10 minutes on that. Landing rate -223, not bad, especially for a bigger plane. 34.7 thousand kilos of fuel burned, 2,379 miles, and 420 passengers brought in safely into Honolulu, Hawaii. We had that little step up to 36,000. Started at 34 and then up to 36 and then our way down. So good flight right there. Next flight will be, I'll bring that back up so we can kind of check out the map. Next flight will be going from Hawaii down to Apite, be on Tahiti, here in French Polynesia. That'll be another 5 to 6 hour flight here on American Hawaiian Airlines in the A339. And that will probably be most likely on Wednesday next week, same time as this week, about 6 in the morning, 6 or 7 in the morning. Start and fly through. Hope to see you all there. And for passengers, the cargo coming off. Yep, but that's going to be it for flights today. Yep, well, yeah, I'll try to keep an eye out on YouTube for when that's scheduled, and you can also always check the Discord. And if I haven't told you by a certain time, just shoot me a message and say, hey, when's that going to be? And could end up being on Monday, but I know for sure I'm Monday or Tuesday. But I know for sure I'm going to be asking off for Wednesday next week for take the co-pilot's doctor's appointment for a checkup. So Wednesday is, we will have a flight on Wednesday, but we could possibly have one on Monday or Tuesday. We'll see how the schedule shakes out. And that next flight will be here on Hawaiian Airlines, headed down to French Polynesia, Tahiti, and it should be a nice long haul again. Check things out here. Yep. Alright, so until then, hope you have a good rest of your day, good rest of your week, and I will see you sometime next week for a nice long haul on Hawaiian Airlines down to French Polynesia. Until next time, see ya.